We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland as we're down to the final week of racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes. And keep in mind the fact that this final race week is comprised of 4 days. We'll close it out on Saturday before we ship over to Churchill Downs.
Yeah, and the fall weather is finally here. The temperature has dropped a little bit, so it certainly feels like fall. But great racing on tap for today throughout the closing day on Saturday. And it's that time of year again. It goes by so quickly.
And it's the final Wednesday of the meet, so final opportunity to play in the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's. $10 entry fee, $2 win place show wager, mythical win place show wager on the final 6 races. So make sure you get involved in that this afternoon for the final opportunity this fall meet.
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Don't forget about carryovers. If you've forgotten about it over the last couple of days, we've got a Pick 6 carryover. Race number 3 is where the Pick 6 begins, over $24,000, and then the Toyota Super High 5 carries for the nightcap, and that is race number 8 today, over $11,500. So 2 carryovers today on this Wednesday card. Social media follows. This is where you can give us those follows at Keeneland Racing on X, as far as Instagram at Keeneland, and same on Facebook at FanDuel TV on X, FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. We'll be kicking off our breakfast at the Breeders' Cup shows on Friday, and that'll run through next Thursday. So if you want to get your handicapping done the right way with the training that'll be taking place here at Keeneland and Churchill and Santa Anita and Del Mar, breakfast at the Breeders' Cup shows are your ticket to stay informed on all of the competitors and what a Breeders' Cup is going to be here in just a week and a half.
Yeah, I cannot believe that we're ramping over the Breeders' Cup. I mean, it just comes by so quickly. A week, right next week, is going to be the championship sale, a week from today, Wednesday, prior to Breeders' Cup Friday, Saturday. So, yeah, it's all happening. Looking forward to it. And then before you know it, we'll be back here for the November sale.
It's a busy time of year. We love it, though. It keeps us going. Race number 7 is our feature. We'll get to in a second, but let's take a look back at what happened on Sunday. Keith James Asmussen had himself a very productive week last week. He picked up 2 wins on the card on Sunday, and Shot of Courage springing an upset for his father in race number 5.
Yeah, he had a great week. I can remember him winning, obviously, when Texas was in town for the UK football game, and obviously he was a Texas alum, so maybe that bringing him a little bit of good luck. Here's a look at race number 6 on Sunday's program, and Velvet Devil getting the victory for Mike Tomlinson, Axel Concepcion aboard.
Race number 7 excites Bill Mott, Irad Ortiz Jr. That he took it to him from the get-go. I mean, he came from that outside post, got that early position, and that won this race from post number 9. That is a look at race number 7 from Sunday. And then in our featured race, the Root and Riddle Dowager, Venencia, Ben Curtis putting together a brilliant ride on the slow course conditions on Sunday, going a mile and a half on the turf.
Yeah, and trainer Brendan Walsh continues to have such a strong meet. And do take note that Venencia, she's entered in the Keeland November sale as hip number 648.
And coming into this final week, this is what the jockey trainer standings look like. Irad is 4 in front of Luis Saez. Jose Ortiz, he's 6 off the pace. Tyler's got 11, so does Johnny V. Brendan Walsh, 2 in front of Steve Asmussen, who moves into a second-place tie with trainer Brad Cox.
Steve has had an unbelievable meet for him to be able to make this much of a leap to try to catch the likes of Brendan Walsh, who also has been very strong. So we'll see how it all shuffles out in the final couple of days here of the meet.
Let's go to WKYT for the Wednesday weather.
Going to be a bit of a windy day out at the races, and then a little cooler than what we've experienced from time to time here so far in this meet. Now, it's been back and forth, and it's been wet, and it's been dry. You've had all of that. That has really arrived around here. So what I'm expecting out there for us today, temperatures probably stuck in the 50s for most of the race day. It's dry, though, and plenty of sunshine. But you add in that wind. That wind could gust 20, 25 miles per hour from time to time. And when you're in the 50s, it becomes a lot more noticeable. So we'll likely get in on some of that here for you today. But sun-filled skies expected through later today. Good luck out there.
Our track conditions presented by John Deere. Fast on the main track. The turf course has dried out to be good here coming into this Wednesday. So fast and good to start the afternoon here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's get into our featured race number 7 on the card. This is a group of 2-year-old fillies. They'll be going a mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course. Scratch the number 3, scratch the number 7. Rider to be announced on the 1, Sadie Earp. Tyler Gaffleone gave first preference to Dame Laura, the number 13, and I think that that's always interesting information when you've got a rider of Tyler's caliber giving first preference in an instance like this, and so that's the case, and we'll get that jockey announcement once it comes in on who is going to be riding the Wesley Ward runner, but a strong group of 2-year-old fillies lining up in a non-winners of 2 allowance race.
Yeah, Scott, there's so many ways to go. I think there's a lot of unproven talent here at 2 turns on the turf, but there's so much potential in here as well. There are horses that are trying this distance for the first time, service for the first time. So I did think that there were many ways to go, and it's kind of making a bit of an educated guess. Clearly, some of these horses are capable. We've seen like the 4, Sister Troyenne, she's fine going to distance of ground on the turf, but then you start talking about the 5, our 2 girls who's never tried the turf. There's a lot of ways to go. I know which way I went. Who'd you land on?
I went to the 10.
Okay.
Screen test for Ammerman Racing, a homebred for the Ammerman family, and this is a daughter of Not This Time. Has he had 5 stakes wins this meet, Not This Time?
Sounds about right.
I believe that's the case. This was his, or her, last performance. It was at Laurel. It was her first time going 2 turns. And she put together a very stout effort. She's in the Ammerman Silks, the navy and white silks, the number 5 horse this day, and she's going to kick on and win by 3.5 lengths. She was the 80 cents on the dollar favorite, the odds-on favorite. She was favored on debut, sprinting on the turf course at Colonial. She ran an even race, clearly got better, start 2, longer distance, and also that first race of her career over on a good list turf course shows that she can probably handle it here today. So going with this Not This Time filly for Graham Motion, coming in from Fairhill up in the Mid-Atlantic, and Jose Ortiz gets the opportunity to ride her. The number 1 horse, Sadie Earp, for trainer Wesley Ward, getting an opportunity to go 2 turns with her pedigree. She's by Tiz the Law. So I think that there's certainly move forward potential with a filly like this, and gets that nice inside post position. And she was very quick at Kentucky Downs when she broke her maiden at the beginning of September. And then the number 4 horse, Sister Troyenne, for trainer Brian Lynch. What a step forward for her when she moved out of the turf course in that start 2, which came at Churchill Downs. Debuted on the dirt, ran all right, but then really, the light bulb went on for the daughter of Munning. So really competitive group, and I'll go 10, 1, and 4 in our featured 7th race.
Yeah, I went to the 4. I'll pick up where you left off, Scott, because I just thought that was such a huge move forward on the turf last time out. Her first race was fine. It looked like a learning experience, but then they made the surface change and the distance change to the turf, and she just looked like she was listening to Mario Gutierrez's cues a little bit better. She was doing some green things first time out, but look how professional she's acting here with this victory today, or on this particular day. She goes on to kick clear to win by over 4 lengths in the end. But what I like about her is that she does have some natural speed to put herself in a good position from the get-go. So she'll be the top play for me. Really liked that performance. What was not to like is she just did everything so easily. The 11 memorized, different type of running style. She kind of moved from off the pace, kind of typical of what we see from Chad Brown. He likes his horses, especially turf horses, to make that kind of move on the turf. Got an honest pace in front of her and then responded well under Flavian Pratt to win that maiden special weight last time out. Beyer came up 71, which is fast respective to her field today. If she improves off of that, she could certainly beat this group today. And then the number 9, War Madam, is that second-time starter. I don't know where that race came from. Won at 27-1 first time out at Colonial Downs, but talk about a slingshot move from off the pace. Just rallied rapidly to get up for the victory by 3 lengths in the end. This horse was about 7.5 lengths off the pace at one point and then rallied to go on to win by 3. So visually impressive. I do think you have to kind of question the overall depth of that maiden special weight field at Colonial Downs, but I think that that's where you find these bigger prices, especially at a place like Keeneland, because you get different horses coming from all over the country. Quality can sometimes be a question, but it's a second-time starter. She just broke her maiden. When I go back to talking about potential, the potential is there for many, and she included.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on the feature.
Most of these are coming off just maiden wins, so there's an ample amount of mystery in this race. Kenny McPeak has entered 2, Nickel Saver and Our Two Girls. And Nickel Saver comes off a nice victory up at Colonial.
Well, she's a filly, big, long, leggy filly. Actually, Conley Finn, which is her confirmation. But, look, she's extremely smart. She liked that ride of ground and handled the grass really well. She's going to need to find a little faster gear at Keeneland as opposed to Colonial. But a filly that her mother could run a lot, and she's by Candy Ride, but she's going to need to step forward.
Did you think she could develop this early or would be later?
Wasn't a big surprise. Like I said, she needed a mile, and we got that under. And look, it's a stepping stone. I mean, they've got to go up these ladders, and if she can handle the Never Won 2, great. I haven't studied the field myself yet. You hit me a little early, but it's a good next spot.
Our Two Girls coming into the turf for the first time. Why did you think that she could be good on it?
I've contemplated turf with her from the beginning. She showed she had some class to win her first race, and then she came back, and she had a bit of an issue coming out of the Pocahontas, which we won with our other filly that they'd taken by the wind. But we were really optimistic on her, and I think the dirt runs might be, nothing else tests for her, but I think turf's her future. She's Caravaggio, which is grass stallion. He won all his races on the turf, and kindly optimistic to see her run too.
Dame Laura draws into the race off the also eligible list for trainer Brendan Walsh, coming off a very impressive debut win up at Horseshoe Indy, and Walsh likes what he is seeing from this one.
She was a kind of a filly, was very nervous before she ran, and the race has turned her inside out. I'm hoping for a very, very good run Wednesday if we get to run, because she's been working really good since.
What in particular impresses you about how she moves?
Just 2-year-olds in general. Sometimes you run them and they turn inside out for having a run. She was very impressive that day at Indiana, and like I said, she's come forward since. So we'll see how we go.
If you're looking at buyer speed figures, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of difference here. So it's about projecting who is most likely to take a significant step forward.
I heard a lot of berries in there from Brendan.
You've got a good read on Brendan Walsh.
I do.
You very much do.
I don't, and that definitely does not apply to many other trainers. But Brendan, I'm usually spot on. Not so much with Todd Fletcher, not so much with Steve Asmus.
We should set up a poker game with Brendan Walsh and set that up and see how that goes.
I don't know if I want to do that.
My money would be on Brendan.
Yes.
Race number 6. Let's go to another key race on the card now. A couple of scratches in here, 6, 7, and 10, all withdrawn from this race. So down to a field of 7. Legalize is the shortest price now. What's left of the morning line prices at 4-1. So just showing you it's going to be a very wide open race coming into race number 6. Here this afternoon. The 10 was my original top selection. I thought I was getting creative with that runner coming back for a second time this meet for Hugh Robertson, but he is out. So I end up on the number 3 horse. That is Hailstorm for David Jacobson. This is a horse that ran a big race at Ellis Park. Looks like David Jacobson, if you look at the races this week and throughout the meet here at Keeneland, he went around and acquired some horses privately, and he had confidence in them for horses that were former claimers. I believe there's one on closing day that he has as well. But Hailstorm showed that he deserves this opportunity in this allowance race based on his run at Ellis Park, and earned a pretty strong buyer speed figure in doing so, which should go a long way against this group. The number 8 horse, One True Chance, for Eddie Keneally. It's been a long time since we've seen him, but he's been good. He's come a long way for a horse that broke his maiden for 50 on debut, but Keneally and Durrett Stables claimed this horse for 50 back in October of last year, and they've won a pair of races end of last year, early this year at Fairgrounds. So we'll see how he fares here this afternoon, but we know that he can get over this main track. And then the 5 horse Tough Catch. He's another one. It's been a long time. They tried him in the Lecomte. He was a no-show that day. That was back in January, but his sprint races were useful, and he's had steady workouts since at least July, and what I've got in front of me, so he should be ready to go for Dallas Stewart with Saez taking the call today. Once again, Saez has ridden him in the past, so 3.85 in race 6.
I truly think this is one of those races, Scott, where you could make a legitimate case for any horse in the race. I did wind up going to the 8-1 True Chance. Now, full disclosure, my top pick was going to be the 7 Suncroft at 20-1 on the morning line, but now that he is out, 1 True Chance is going to be the top play for me. He started from humble beginnings. This is a look at his debut. This was during the fall meet of last year. Wesley Ward actually debuted him for Maiden 50. He won this race. Eddie Keneally won the shake. Actually, I don't even know if there was a shake, but he claimed him at that race, and then went on to win back-to-back races over the course of the winter down at the fairgrounds. Now, we haven't seen him since February, and that was his last time was at the fairgrounds. But I do like the fact that there's a legitimate amount of speed in here. I think that's fair to say, even with some of the scratches. And he has an outside post position. Does he need the lead? We'll see. Horses can change a lot over the course of several months. But I just saw some talent there in his final 2 starts over the winter time down there at Fairgrounds. And Eddie can really get these horses fired up off of a long layoff. Hits at about 18% with these types of layoffs. So I did go to him. The 2 Legalize, I think that one race last time out was kind of a step in the right direction. I don't know that he was 100% cranked up to win first off that lengthy layoff for Cherie. Usually she takes kind of a modest approach in preparing horses, whether they win first time or getting their first win, and also it applies to horses coming off layoffs. And then the 5 Tough Catch, I truly didn't know what to do with this horse, so I kind of threw him in third. He won first time out at Saratoga, won like a good thing. They ran him in the Grade 1 Hopeful after that. He's had some ups and downs throughout his short career thus far, but if he's, capable of delivering his A game, he could certainly win this race. Hailstorm could win. Beeline was a really talented horse. Even Keep It Easy ran in the Fountain of Youth. He clearly is a sprinter. I mean, the list just goes on and on. You could really make a sound case for any of these.
And don't forget that's 6th race, part of the pick 6. And so, I mean, like you said, you got to have some coverage in there,
Yeah.
It seems like, in that 6th event here at Keeneland Racecourse. Does start the final pick 3 of the day as well. Let's go to the nightcap. Race number 8. This is the Toyota Super High 5 race with that $11,500 carryover. Scratch 13, 14, and 15. So the body of the field is intact, 1 through 12. And new what's new with Victor Espinoza getting the opportunity to ride this Munnings gelding. Is the morning line favorite for Double Down Stables. He was ridden by Walter Rodriguez in his most recent start, and it was right here at the beginning of the meet on October 3rd. It might have been opening day, in fact. And he comes rolling late, as this is his running style. I mean, he just lays back, and he does his best running late in these races. And the inside post position, yeah, maybe it's not ideal, but I think that he drops so far out of it that it really doesn't matter with this running style. So I go with new what's new, and you're going to see a lot of horses in this final week coming back and running for a second time, especially those runners that we saw in that first weekend, and new what's new is one of them. He's knocking on the door for a maiden special weight victory, and I think that it comes here today, going 6 furlongs from post 1. The number 3 horse, El Prestigio. This horse has drawn the rail in his last 3 starts. He finally gets off the rail here off of a 9-month layoff. But Steve Asmussen having a heck of a meet. He gets Irad Ortiz Jr. to ride this horse. I think he breaks better because he's not drawn the rail as he was down in Hot Springs and over in Louisville. And then the number 6 horse, Barker for Chris Davis, a runner that just was eliminated from post 1 in his most recent start. And he produced a run. So I think being further out from that inside draw will benefit him. So I go 1, 3, and 6 in another tricky sprint event.
That is the last race. I will take us a little bit earlier in the card to race number 3. And this race is a $40,000 non-winners of 2 lifetime claiming race, 6 furlongs on the dirt. And Colonel Caliente is the 5-2 morning line favorite. I do go in a different direction. I go to the number 8, Honest Al, at 8-1. First off the claim for trainer Steve Asmussen. Claimed this horse off of Kenny McPeak for $30,000 last time out. But we'll take you back to this horse's race a few starts back in June at Churchill Downs. This was a salty race. He actually happened to be the favorite in this race, Scott. He went off as a 2-1 favorite against $80,000 claimers, again, for that non-winners of 2 lifetime condition. After that, Kenny ran him in an allowance race at Colonial. Didn't go well for him, so they dropped him in for 30, and that's where Steve Asmussen claimed him out of his last event. But my whole thought is, if this horse was competitive at 80, he certainly should be competitive at 40. This is an aggressive placement. Eric Asmussen is here for the day to obviously ride a couple, but Honest Al being one of them. So I did go to him as the top play. I do like him a lot in here, but also including the number 9 McElroy and the Exacta. I think this horse getting back to a fast track and kind of cutting back in distance could be a favorable outcome for him. And I'll use the one Lambeau, who should have speed from the rail in third. But I kind of like this Exacta, 8-9.
8-9. Lambeau's a good horse. He has been a very good horse. It's
8 over 1-9.
8 over 1-9. All right, we'll take that. Clock report. Let's go to race number 5 to start, and Sticker Shock will be the first to talk about in the clock report. Uncle Mo filly worked 5/8 of a mile in 1 minute and 4/5 and finished 4 lengths in front of her company, Passion Rules, a grade 2 place runner who's won 3 of 4 starts for trainer Brad Cox. And so this certainly is a workout to take note of with Sticker Shock in race number 5. That's the number 7 horse. And then Beeline, stakes place son of B Jersey, looked sharp breezing 4 furlongs out of the gate in 48-1 on even terms with the stablemate Thames, a 3-year-old gift box filly for trainer Riley Mott. Chestnut's been training forwardly since the preparation for his first start since March. So race 5, the 7, race 4, the 4. Our look at the Clocker report. The Sailgrad Spotlight will take us to race number 4 and the number 1 horse, Rappaport. Back in 2022, kicking it back 3 years to hip number 490. Boy, he's a good-looking yearling. Look at that guy. $300,000 for the son of Constitution out of a Tisnow First Dam. That's Windstar through and through. Windstar Farm stayed in on him with Larry Taylor. So Rappaport, Sailgrad Spotlight from 2023 showing up here today in 2025 in race number 4.
That comes in off of that layoff and is now conditioned Windstar and Will Walden.
Multi-race exotics. I'm going to take a shot at this late pick 4 here this afternoon at Keeneland. And don't forget, it's an 8-race card, so we will begin in race number 5. I'll go 4 deep in race number 5 in that maiden special weight event for 2-year-old fillies at the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course. Joke Maker for Rudy Brisset on the slight cutback in distance. The number 5 horse, Touch of an Angel, for Phil D'Amato. Tappet filly, who I think has got to be better than what she showed us on debut. The number 7, Sticker Shock for Brad Cox, part of the clock report. And then the 8 horse, Mojo Promise, Steve Asmussen, Keith Asmussen, Tommytown Thoroughbreds, and Into Mischief filly there, a $500,000 yearling purchase from the September sale last year. Just 2 going to be used in race number 6. I'll go 3 and 8. Hailstorm for Jacobson, and then the number 8 horse, Run One True Chance. 3 deep in race number 7, the 1, 4, and 10 in that tough allowance race, our featured event, and then closing things out with the 1 and 3. So a $24 investment and a good sequence here today to close things out as far as the final 4 races. Best angles, let's go to race number 2. This race will start the early pick 4 here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. In race number 2, a maiden auction restricted event at 1 1/16. The 3 horse Classic Glide for Robbie Medina, classic Empire filly, adds blinkers. It's not the most overwhelming stat, 14% winners with adding blinkers for trader Robbie Medina, but at least he's had success in making this move. But this is a filly that last time out finished 3rd to Imagination the Lady, who won the Grade 2 Jessamine on Fall Stars weekend, and she was making a move to end up finishing 3rd in this race in the light blue silk. So this is a race that's going to get a lot of attention. She's come out of 2 very live races, one of which no more live than this Kentucky Downs race. But at Ellis, she finished 2nd in front of a filly who would break her maiden next time out. So just playing it straight up, $25 to win on Classic Glide in race number 2.
Okay, I will take us to race number 4, the start of the pick 5, going out to the turf course at a distance of a mile. We kind of featured there Rappaport, who's going to be the number 1 horse, but I did go to the number 3, Clear the Beach here for Kelsey Danner. To me, this horse looks like he once added ground, and I think the foundation here of 2 sprints to a route today are really going to set the table for him. He did go 6 furlongs last time out at Kentucky Downs, but we've talked about this many times before. 6 furlongs, I think, can translate to multiple distances at Keeneland. I think they could still, depending on the outcome, and they could be effective sprinting, but also could certainly handle getting more distance. And I think that's the case with this horse. He still ran well first time out on the dirt at Ellis, going 7 furlongs. So to me, those 2 sprints stretching out to a route really going to set him up for success here in race number 4. So again, keeping it simple, $20 to win on the 3 horse.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
Long shot play comes in the 3rd race. It's the 5-horse Tomcat Tuesday for the Steve Asmussen barn, which has had a really nice fall meet here. They claimed this horse last time. It's usually a good angle for Asmussen. 6-1, but I'm thinking we might get a little bit of a price for the move up in class for this particular horse. So hopefully that's the case, because I think Tomcat Tuesday could win right back off a really impressive win last time. Went back and watched the video. This horse galloped out way past the field. So I think there's more there than there might even appear to be on paper.
Tom Leach, Tomcat Tuesday on a Wednesday here at Keeneland Racecourse.
All right, we'll see. Good luck, Tom.
Let's take a look at some workouts. We've had an opportunity to do so here in recent days, and here was a turf workout from Saturday. Schwarzenegger, who won the Limestone Stakes presented by FanDuel, stretching his legs on the turf course for Wesley Ward.
This was the horse that Wesley said just had a lot of tough luck this season. They try to enter him in races. It would rain off the turf. They somehow missed some races as well. He just could never really get into a rhythm with this horse, but finally, late in the season, better late than never, they finally got on track with him. But I know they've thought very highly of him from day one, and now that he's in a rhythm, he is capable of anything.
See one more work perhaps from Schwarzenegger before heading out to Del Mar.
Yep.
That's it for today at Keeneland. Enjoy this 8-race card, pick 6 carryover, Toyota Super High 5 carryover.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Keeneland November is where futures take root and legacies pass from one hand to the next. In the ring, excitement builds. A glance, a nod, a bid. History changes in an instant, and the impact lasts a lifetime. The market is here. The global stage is here. Your moment is here. Keeneland November.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, We've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Please welcome the Keeneland Choir to the paddock. This special group is made up of employees from a variety of departments across Keeneland. Our employees are our heart and soul. It's their passion and dedication that make Keeneland unique. Today, the Keeneland Choir will sing our state song, followed by the national anthem. So first up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, while the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. But when my hard times comes a knocking at the door, and my old Kentucky home, and my old Kentucky home, and my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home, for my old Kentucky home, far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Kelly Dumsdorf with the ticket office as the Employee of the Day. Kelly, congratulations. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. The main track is fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes begin. Also start of the early pick 5, no carryover. In the opener, scratch number 8, On My Way to Save the Day. Scratch the 8, On My Way to Save the Day. Race 2 is the start of the early pick 4. And there are no changes in the second race. Third race starts the pick 6, a $24,000 carryover. In that third race, scratch the 2, Nacho Bar. That's the third race, scratch number 2, Nacho Bar. Jockey change on the 8, Honest Al, Axel Concepcion. That's the third race, number 8, Honest Al, the jockey, Axel Concepcion. Race 4, start of the late pick 5, no carryover. In that fourth race, scratch the 10, En Fuego. Scratch the 14, Ice Wolf. Scratch the 15, Mr. Bobo. And scratch the 16, Proudly Hailed. That's in the fourth race. Scratch the 10, En Fuego. Scratch the 14, Ice Wolf, the 15, Mr. Bobo, and the 16, Proudly Hailed. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Courageous Clay draws in. The jockey as programmed. Also in the fourth race, contrary to the program, number 3, Clear the Beach is a gelding. And number 5, Can't Stop Munnings is a gelding. Race 5. Start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Queenstown. Scratch the 9, Powered by Family. Scratch the 11, Flaming Mama. Scratch 14, All About You. And scratch the 15, Ho'akale. That's race 5. Scratch the 1, Queenstown. Scratch the 9, Powered by Family. Scratch the 11, Flaming Mama. Scratch 14, All About You. And scratch 15, Ho'akale. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Kiarnuk draws into the race. Race 6. Scratch number 6, Surly Furious. Scratch the 7, Suncroft. And scratch the 10, Classify. That's in the sixth race. Scratch number 6, Surly Furious. Scratch number 7, Suncroft. And scratch the 10, Classify. Jockey change on the 4, Beeline, Jaime Torres. That's the sixth race, number 4, Beeline, jockey Jaime Torres. Seventh race. Scratch number 3, Diablo Shiraz. And scratch the 7, Undisputable. That's the seventh race. Scratch number 3, Diablo Shiraz. And scratch the 7, Undisputable. Please note, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Dame Laura draws in. The jockey as programmed. That means there will be a jockey change on the 1, Sadie Earp. Jockey to be announced. Jockey change coming for the 1, Sadie Earp. Jockey to be announced. Eighth and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,573. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. And please note, contrary to the program, number 12, Calling on Heaven is a gelding. Number 12, Calling on Heaven, first time reported gelding. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker. As we're down to the final 4 days of the fall meet here in 2025, we kick off this 4-day race week with a Wednesday card, which means it's the Wednesday Challenge presented by Malone's for the final 6 races of the card.
That's right, Scott, and it's a beautiful fall day. Definitely a little bit of a temperature drop since we were here on Sunday, but it definitely feels like fall. And interesting card of racing today. I thought a lot of depth.
A lot of depth, no question about it, and a lot of money already in the pools because we've got 2 carryovers for this Wednesday afternoon, a pick 6 carryover of over $24,000, and then also a Toyota Super High 5 carryover for the nightcap, race number 8 of over $11,000. And Gabby, our featured event is race number 7, 2-year-old fillies, non-winners of 2 lifetime, going a mile and a 16th. And a pretty wide open race taking a look at these young fillies.
It's an interesting group of horses. The 11 will probably take some money there and memorize. She comes in off of a maiden score last time out for trainer Chad Brown. I thought the 4, Sister Troyan, was also very interesting. She won by 4 lengths on the turf last time out at Churchill Downs. Even the 5, Our Two Girls, she ran in the Pocahontas, but now makes the turf debut. So there is a lot going on, a lot of potential in that race.
That's race 7, the featured event. Pick 6 carryover, that begins in race number 3. And then in the nightcap, we've got the Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Enjoy a brisk Wednesday afternoon here at Keeneland.
This first race is for horses racing for a $20,000 claiming tag, going a mile and a 16th. And I wanted to try and find a little bit of a price in here. You've got several horses that have run 10, 15, one that's run 20 times. And this is for non-winners of 2 lifetime. So I went to the most lightly raced horse to try to find a price, and that is Tarragon, currently at 13-1. This horse was claimed out of a win at Belterra, and then moved up into allowance company and actually ran pretty well, beat almost half the field while having some traffic problems while trying to come up along the inside. So I think this horse might be sitting on an improved race from what we saw last time out, and obviously a massive step up in class from the fields that this one competed against at Belterra to facing company here at Keeland. First dirt start for Tarragon, but the pedigree is there to like it, being by Volatile out of a gemologist mare. The understandable favorite here at even money, just like on the morning line, is Manage Expectations. Manage Expectations is the one horse in here, and Colby Hernandez is going to be in the saddle for trainer Paul McGee. The horse is taking a drop in class, and I think that's part of the angle for making this one such a heavy favorite in here. Also, the fact that this horse is 1, 2, and 1 from 8 starts, and that's a pretty solid record through 8 starts while steadily going down the class ladder. So just trying to find the right spot to try to get an opportunity to get to the winner's circle for the connections here for Manage Expectations, and this might well be the spot because that last effort was a solid one. Didn't have anything to say negative about the performance, just trying to find a little bit better price in a field of non-winners of 2 lifetime. The third horse to take a look at is right next to the favorite, and that is the 2 Animal Fries. Second start off a layoff, so you might see some improvement on that angle. Horse was off from July to September, and then she showed some decent speed in that race last time and even the one before it. And at a mile and a 16th with the short stretch, that could be a plus for jockey Declan Cannon to rely on in here with Animal Fries. 15 starts, only 1 win for this one is the reason why she didn't get as strong a consideration as the top 2. But it is a race where we have a very heavy favorite, and then if you think you can beat the favorite, as I'm trying to do, then you're going to probably get rewarded with a pretty decent price in here. Good luck in race 1.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, a $20,000 claiming race for fillies and mares aged 3 and up, a mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed fast. Scratch the 8 on my way to save the day. Double and pick 3 wagering and start of the early pick 5, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time in 7 minutes.
This race does start the early pick 5, and we have a scratch of the 8, so leaving us with a field of 7. And the one I took on top was the 7, Tarragon, coming out of those last 2 races at Belterra Park up in the Cincinnati area, and looking good in the paddock and on the track. Gray horse, white bridle, pink shadow roll. Could have been a 70s prom outfit. And this horse is coming off a nice win, 2 starts back, and looks good on the track. And 10-1 right now, so up just slightly from the 8-1 morning line. The 1, manage expectations. There's nothing to dislike about what we saw from this one in the paddock or out on the racetrack. The 3-year-old Munnings filly moving well out there, looking good and with the coat, and Colby Hernandez in the saddle, and the manage expectations just kind of glistening, moving down the backside. So I think this one will take some beating in this spot. Good luck with your picks in race 1 at Keeland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line first race. Here's Manage Expectations coming forward. Animal Fries, now Eyes of Gold walks up. Followed by Tis Salty, 3 more to load. Start of the early pick 5. Miss McKenna. Wild Acclaim comes forward. Tarragon, the last one. Walks up. Goes in first wire at the post. And they're off. There goes Eyes of Gold along with Animal Fries. Animal Fries now to the lead from Eyes of Gold. Manage Expectations back toward the inside. Miss McKenna moves up from the outside. Animal Fries has the lead into the first turn. Animal Fries leads it by 3/4 of a length. Eyes of Gold goes second up on the outside. Manage Expectations is third from that inside starting spot. Hugs the rail from there all the way around the first turn. Miss McKenna far outside moves up into the 4th position, 3 lengths off the lead. Wild Acclaim, Tis Salty, Tarragon at the back. Opening quarter went in 24.39 seconds. On to the backstretch they go. Animal Fries the leader. Eyes of Gold just off the leader's flank in second, 3/4 of a length. Miss McKenna goes third to the far outside. Manage Expectations fourth back toward the inside. Then Wild Acclaim. Tarragon moves up 1 spot from last. Tis Salty now the trailer. 6 lengths off the lead as they work their way toward the end of the backstretch. 49.63 for the first half mile. Back up front it is Animal Fries the leader. Eyes of Gold between horses second ahead. Manage Expectations to the inside in third, and then Miss McKenna fourth, going to be to the far outside as they move on to the far turn. Wild Acclaim is still 5 lengths off the lead as they work toward the quarter pole. Animal Fries the leader. Eyes of Gold still there to the outside and still in second. Wild Acclaim tries to pick them up, has to go to the far outside in third. Manage Expectations is still toward the rail in behind horses, looks for some running room as they move to the top of the short stretch. Now will find it as they turn for home. Manage Expectations coming after Animal Fries. Wild Acclaim is third on the the far outside, Manage Expectations runs right on by into the final furlong and leads it by a widening 3-length margin. Animal Fries in second, Wild Acclaim third, Tis Salty to fourth. No catching Manage Expectations, who wins the opener for Colby Hernandez. After that, it was Animal Fries in second, followed by Wild Acclaim and Tis Salty.
Well, just like it looked on paper for the heavy favorite, Manage Expectations. Nice ride from Colby Hernandez. Just sat very chilly and saved the ground all the way around. Certainly knew that he had the best horse in here, and all he needed was a seam and exploded through it to win going away. Race 1 to the 3-5 favorite, Manage Expectations for trainer Paul McGee.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, Manage Expectations, finished first. Number 2, Animal Fries, second. Number 6, Wild Acclaim, third. Number 4, Tis Salty, fourth. 1, 2, 6, 4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Manage Expectations, owned by CDM Racing Stable LLC of David McClellan and others. Blue Tarp 3 LLC of Thomas O'Keefe and Blue Tarp 4 LLC of Thomas O'Keefe, trained by Paul J. McGee, the jockey, Colby Hernandez. Manage Expectations, a 3-year-old filly by Munnings out of 2 Dozen Roses by Super Saver, bred in Kentucky by Hidden Springs Farm and DCTM LLC. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.43 seconds. First race results official, 1, 2, 6, 4, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. No changes in race 2.
Race 2 is the start of the early pick 4 on this Wednesday card. Main track fast and turf course listed as good. We're going to start with taking a look at the 9, Struck at Midnight. Second choice on the morning line at 7-2 for trainer Joe Sharp. Really nice run first time out. Now, that was on the turf at Kentucky Downs on September the 7th. Broke dead last, but came flying down the stretch under jockey Jose Ortiz, who is aboard today, and was second, beaten a little more than a length for all the money. So Struck at Midnight is a 2-year-old filly that is coming off a really strong first out performance and has a pedigree by Bolt Doro to handle the dirt and the switch to the main track in this spot. This is 2-year-old fillies, maidens that sold or RNA'd for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. The next one we want to take a look at is the 7, and this one is the morning line favorite. 7 walking around the walking ring here in the paddock at Keeneland. No room for mischief. And this horse showed more speed in the second start than she did first time out for trainer John Ennis. Luis Saez was aboard in that last race. It was on the main track at Churchill Downs last month. And Saez comes back for the ride today for this daughter of Maximus Mischief. So I think this is a horse with the early speed and that short stretch of a mile and a 16th race here at Keeland that could serve her very well in this spot or Mulholland Farm. Let's take a look at the 8, Greatest, for trainer Mark Casse. Arad Ortiz atop the jockey standings. He will be in the saddle on this one. Had a couple of local works here on the Keeneland main track. One got a best of the day bullet, best of 19 on September 25th, going a half mile in 48 3/5, and then came back and worked on the 9th of October, another 4-furlong move here at Keeneland. 3 starts for this one, so a little more experience than most of the rivals in here for Greatest. It's 2-year-old fillies, not a lot of experience for any of these, so it is about who is maybe ready to take a step forward today at this mile and a 16th distance. Good luck in your race 2 wagers here at Keeland.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 7th race, In race 7, the jockey for the 1, Sadie Earp, Luan Machado. 7th race, number 1, Sadie Earp, the jockey, Luan Machado. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, maiden auction, 2-year-old fillies for horses that sold or were reserved not attained for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the early pick 4. The main track is fast. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. This second race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Post time, 7 minutes.
The 9 struck at midnight is the current co-favorite at 5-2, but a little more money has come in on the 9, so she is the slight favorite. Mentioned the big run that she had last time out in her debut at Kentucky Downs. She did follow it up with a 5-furlong work on the main track here at Keeneland. And again, as we mentioned earlier, the pedigree is there for this one to like the dirt. She seemed especially attentive in the paddock, so maybe sitting on go for a possible first win today here in race 2. Horse that's taken some money is the 3 Classic Glide. And this horse was off a 4-1 morning line, now at 5-2. If you saw today at Keeneland this morning, Scott Hazelton's best angle came in this race, and it was because the trainer, Robbie Medina, wins at a 14% clip when horses are adding blinkers for the first time, as you see the new equipment there on the 3 Classic Glide. 2 starts for this one, so a little more experience, and was second in the debut on the turf at Ellis, then moved down to Kentucky Downs and was third behind Imagination, the lady who came back to win the opening day Jessamine here at Keeneland. And now Classic Guide making her 3rd lifetime start and looking to get to the winner's circle today for the connections. And Tyler Gaffleone is in the saddle on that one. One other horse that I wanted to mention was the 10, and mainly because that she looks like a horse that will appreciate the added distance. Gets 2 turns after debuting at a mile for trainer Ignacio Correas. And this horse ran 4th first time out, so a solid effort, and that's a big ask, going a mile first time out. She is by Maxfield, who won the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity at this mile and a 16th distance at Keeneland. And the dam sire is Tisnall, who won 2 Breeders' Cup Classics. So the pedigree is certainly there for more ground. Napoli coming out of a maiden claiming race at Colonial. So the step up in class is the big question mark here, and hence it's 21-1 on the tote board right now. But off the looks and really off the build and the pedigree, wanted to maybe take a look at least underneath for your wagers in race 2 that starts the early pick 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 2nd race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Honor Azteca comes forward, and also Kairosa. Struck at Midnight walks up. Napoli will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire at the post. And they are off in race number 2. There goes No Room for Mischief out for the early lead. Lexico comes away running in the second position. These two will go at it, contesting the lead, separated by a half length. Napoli will go third up on the outside. Click moves up toward the inside, picks up one spot in third. Napoli, awkward move wide into the first turn, lost a position in a couple of lengths and is now 6 lengths off the lead. There goes Classic Glide, moving up in the inside, tries to capitalize. 5 lengths from the front as they head on to the back stretch. And then further back, Honor Azteca, who's down to the inside and is running 7 lengths off the lead as they head off the first turn. Struck at Midnight is near the back of the pack with Kairosa. Greatest is wide and is next to last and is followed by Denise Says No, who is last that opening quarter, 23.96 seconds. Back up to the front of the field, Lexico leads at 3/4 of a length. No Room for Mischief second by just 1 length. Classic Glide is third to the inside. Click is right there, taking third to the outside now by a neck as they head off the end of the backstretch. Struck at Midnight, then Napoli between horses. And that pair is followed by Honor Azteca. 49.83 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Kairosa comes next as they move midway on the far turn and is followed by Denise Says No, and Greatest is running last, better than a dozen lengths off the lead. Lexico is already coming to the quarter pole, but No Room for Mischief tries to draw alongside. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to the top of the short stretch before Classic Glide starts to move and has some running to do from there as the leader is now No Room for Mischief and is opening up by 2-3 lengths off the far turn. Lexico to the inside is in second, and then Classic Glide third into the final furlong. No Room for Mischief has the lead by 3. Classic Glide is taking aim on the outside, but running out of time. The wire's coming. Here's Classic Glide moving up on the outside now to take the lead from No Room for Mischief. A late run from Kairosa. Classic Glide wins it. No Room for Mischief was across the line in second.
Nice call from Scott Hazelton on the Today at Keeneland show. Maybe the blinkers were the difference. The addition of blinkers, a 14% win rate for the trainer. And Tyler Gaffleone got into this one in the final 16th. And Classic Guide able to win going away. A convincing victory here. And we mentioned this horse coming out of the race from which Imagination the Lady emerged to win that stake on opening day here at Keeneland. So a nice effort here for Classic Guide in start number 3 to make her first trip to the winner's circle, and she ended up going postward as the 2-1 favorite to start the early pick 4.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 3 Classic Glide first, 7 No Room for Mischief second, the 5 Kairosa third, and the 6 Lexico fourth. 3-7-5-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Classic Glide, owned by Tim Thornton, Michael Clunan, and Robbie Medina. Trained by Robbie Medina, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Classic Glide, 2-year-old filly by Classic Empire out of Glide On by Pure Prize, bred in Kentucky by BJ and Nick Bentley. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 48.37 seconds over the fast main track results. Official 3:7:56 official. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the pick 6. $24,000 carryover. Main track is fast. Turf is good. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 2 Nacho Bar. Again, scratch the 2 Nacho Bar. Jockey for the 8, Honest Al, Axel Concepcion.
On this 8-race Wednesday card, the pick six starts in this race, race number 3, and there is a carryover of $24,777 to seed the pool for this edition of the pick six here at Keeland. These are 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 lifetime, running for a claiming tag of $40,000. And I went for the 5 in here, Tomcat Tuesday. Made this one my long shot pick of the day on today at Keeland, hoping that the price might drift up a little bit. So far, we're sitting right at that 6-1 morning line for Tomcat Tuesday. Trying winners for the first time, but has had steadily improving form and has been popular at the claim box. Claimed 3 times this year, most recently by Steve Asmussen, who is the owner as well as the trainer, and his son Keith James Asmussen is in the saddle. And this barn has been doing very well here at the Keeneland Fall Meet. So Tomcat Tuesday coming off win by 2 lengths. Now that was in the 20,000 maiden claiming level, and now has to go up and face winners for a higher claiming tag as well. But I thought this horse was in good form, and especially if we can get lucky enough to get the price to drift up just a little bit, it was an interesting play on a day where I didn't find a whole lot of long shot opportunities. The 4-horse is the next one we want to take a look at. That's Colonel Caliente, 5-2 on the morning line, currently as the 2-1 second choice in here. Colonel Caliente, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, who's going for 2 in a row. Mike Maker is the trainer on this one, who ran 4th last time when coming out of a maiden claiming victory at Ellis Park in late August. That was a victory by 3 lengths with a nice speed figure in the win. Faced winners, caught a sloppy track at the $50,000 non-winners of 2 level, and didn't run badly at all. Ran 4th, beating a little more than 3. Gaffleone keeps the mount on this horse, gets a fast track, maybe a little easier competition by dropping down from the 50,000 level to the 40,000 level. So Colonel Caliente certainly wanted to take a long look at in here. The 3 is Brave Blend, and currently a bit of an overlay at 10-1 relative to a 9-2 morning line. The current 6-5 favorite, Lambeau, taking all the money right now. But Brave Blend comes off a runner-up finish last time out, and that was at Churchill Downs on September the 20th. Horse showed good speed in that race and was claimed, and this horse, like the top pick, has been popular at the claim box. This will be the 10th start of the year for Brave Blend. No wins this year, but 2 seconds, 3 thirds, so some solid efforts for Brave Blend, and that's a horse that is headed through the walking ring right now, looking nice on this sunny but chilly day here at Keeland. Again, this race starts the pick 6, a $24,000 plus carryover for today's edition of the pick 6 here at Keeland. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. $40,000 claiming price, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6 with a $24,000 carryover. Scratch the 2 Nacho Bar. Jockey for the 8 Honest Al will be Axel Concepcion. 8 Honest Al, Axel Concepcion. A reminder, since this does start the pick 6, main track is fast, turf is good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Post time at 7 minutes.
Let's take a look at the current 8-5 favorite out on the track. That is Lambeau for Marianne Howard. The trainer as well as the owner, Jaime Torres, is in the saddle. And this horse off a 7-2 morning line has taken a good bit of money. 1 for 10 lifetime, but 3 seconds, 3/3. And last time out, showed some good early speed at Churchill Downs. And ended up finishing third as a heavy favorite, beaten just a length that day. Really quick early fractions that this one was tracking that day, and moving up just slightly in class. That was at the 30K non-winners of 2 lifetime level, claimed out of that race. Moving on to the 5, Tomcat Tuesday. This was my long shot pick on the Today at Keeneland show this morning. I was thinking we might get this one to drift up just a little bit, but that has not happened yet. Still sitting at the 6-1 morning line, but looks good on the track, coming off a couple of improved efforts in the last 2 starts. 2 back down at Ellis Park in August, and then dropped slightly and got the win at Churchill last time, but now facing winners for the first time. Stablemate, Honest Al, the 8, has taken a little bit of money from an 8-1 morning line, now at 6-1 currently in the wagering for trainer and owner Steve Asmussen, and he's involved in that race for the trainer's title, currently tied with Brad Cox with 7 wins at the fall meet, 2 behind the leader Brendan Walsh. Honest Al has already been facing winners through several starts. This one broke its maiden last summer up at Saratoga, and most recently was claimed out of a race at Churchill Downs on the 24th of September, and was 4th that day. And Lambeau was 2nd in the race, in which Honest Al was 4th. So if you like Lambeau at 8-5, then you can certainly like Honest Al, who was beaten just over 2 lengths that day. So only a little more than a length behind the current 8-5 favorite Lambeau was Honest Al in that last start. So both of the Asmussen runners are viable contenders in this spot behind the 8-5 morning line favorite Lambeau for the first leg of the pick 6, pool currently at 60,000 and change. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, third race. Lambeau comes forward. Redacted. Brave Blend into line. Colonel Caliente and Guardian. Tomcat Tuesday. Honest Owl. McElroy, the last one, walks up. Goes in there at the post. They're off. There goes Lambeau from the inside, McElroy far outside, Colonel Caliente and Tomcat Tuesday. Guardian up close in the opening strides as well. Here's Guardian moving up outside of Colonel Caliente, Lambeau down to the inside. Tomcat Tuesday backs away from that front trio into fourth. McElroy is a wide fifth. Brave Blend moves up one spot from sixth to the inside. Redacted is in seventh. Honest Owl is last of the eight as they move off the end of the backstretch. 22.37 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Colonel Caliente tries to draw alongside of Lambeau, who's got a short lead. Lambeau leads it by a neck. Colonel Caliente second to length. Guardian is a wide third. Brave Blend is in fourth. Tomcat Tuesday is in fifth, running just over 5 lengths off the lead. McElroy redacted. Honest Owl is last. Quarter mile to go. Colonel Caliente to the outside has the lead. Lambeau still there to the inside, though. Brave Blend, then Guardian up on the far outside. Tomcat Tuesday is still fifth in behind horses. Colonel Caliente comes forward for the lead. Tomcat Tuesday to the inside, and Brave Blend on the outside. Brave Blend, Tomcat Tuesday moving on either side of Colonel Caliente. Tomcat Tuesday comes up the inside for the lead. Tomcat Tuesday, Keith James Asmussen for the win. Colonel Caliente was home in second. Brave Blend third, redacted fourth.
Strong finish from Tomcat Tuesday under Keith James Asmussen. And this horse had really galloped out well in that maiden win at Churchill last time out. Just exploded past the field after drawing away to win at the wire and finishing really strong again here to get the long shot pick home. Was hoping we'd get a little better price on this one and it would drift up. Instead, it came down to 5-1, but still $12 plus mutual will be a nice score in race 3 to start the first leg of the pick 6. And that moves trainer Steve Asmussen within one of the trainer title standings right now, one behind Brendan Walsh.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 5, Tomcat Tuesday first, 4, Colonel Caliente second, 3, Brave Blend third, 6, Redacted fourth. 5, 4, 3, 6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 5, Tomcat Tuesday, owned and trained by Steve Asmussen, Keith James Asmussen, the jockey. Tomcat Tuesday, a 3-year-old son of Bolt Doro out of Lake Como by Salt Lake, bred in Kentucky by Seclusive Farm. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.56 seconds. Third race results official, 5, 4, 3, 6, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, no carryover. In the fourth race, scratch the 10 in Fuego. Scratch the 14, Ice Wolf. Scratch the 15, Mr. Bobo. And scratch the 16, Proudly Hailed. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Courageous Clay, number 13, draws in the jockey as programmed. Number 3, Clear the Beach, is a gelding. 5, Can't Stop Munning's first time reported gelding.
Race 4, 1 mile on the turf for maidens, 3-year-olds and up, and it starts the pick 5, the late pick 5 on our Wednesday card. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so good luck if you're playing that one. Scratch the 10, and that means that the 13, Courageous Clay, draws into the race. Going to take a look at the one-horse Rappaport. Rappaport 7-2 on the morning line for solid connections. Windstar Farm, trainer Will Walden, jockey Arad Ortiz. And Rappaport ran really well first time out on this Keeneland main track, catching future stakes horses Booth and Nash that day. Finished third, went down to Churchill Downs, tried to break the maiden there, finished second, beaten just a length. The thing is, those races were in October and November of 2023. But the barn does well with newcomers. The first start for the Will Walden barn for Rappaport, and that's a 24% win rate for the barn. Horse brought $300,000 at the 2022 Keeneland September sale. So this was one that was cut out to be a good runner, and we'll see if Rappaport can find that form now as gelding as a 4-year-old off a long layoff in here, attracting 7-2 money right now. That's what the morning line was. The second choice in here, the 3 at 5-2, is Clear the Beach for trainer Kelsey Danner, who had a winner last week. This one, Keeneland September sale graduate as well from 2023. This horse ran second twice. First time out at Ellis, and then second time out on the turf, switching from the main track, and got the turf run down at Kentucky Downs, and was up close early and finished second that day behind Beer Run. Beer Run came back and ran very well in his next start here at Keeneland. Now, this one ran at 6 furlongs in that race at Kentucky Downs, but by Omaha Beach out of a Smart Strike mare, so the pedigree is certainly there for this one to stretch out and handle the additional distance that he gets in this spot. Listed in the program as a colt, but as Kurt Becker mentioned in the changes at the start of the day, this one is actually a gelding. The 3, Clear the Beach. The horse that is taking all the money right now off a 12-1 morning line is Mary's Lad. Mary's Lad at 2-1 for trainer Whit Beckman and jockey Ben Curtis. Ran 5th in the debut at Churchill Downs. That was back in May. Took some money that day at just under 6-1 going postward that day. Ran a solid race and then came back and ran at Kentucky Downs in August in the same race in which Clear the Beach was second to Beer Run. And Mary's Lad was wide that day from the little bit of an outside run and finished 4th, beaten 4 lengths. So perhaps it's the training since then with multiple works down at Churchill Downs, since that race at Kentucky Downs. But certainly the money has come in on Mary's Lad from a 12-1 morning line. So these are horses that are looking for that first victory. So it's a well-matched group. Rappaport coming off a big layoff. Mary's Lad and Clear the Beach coming out what could be a good race down at Kentucky Downs behind Beer Run. Several others that merit contention in here. So best of luck as you try to start the pick 5 with a win.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Benson, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 10 in Fuego. Scratch the 14 Ice Wolf, also the 15 Mr. Bobo, and the 16 Proudly Hailed. A reminder, 13 draws in Courageous Clay, 13 draws into the race jockey as programmed. 3 clear the beach of gelding, 5 can't stop Munnings, first time reported gelding, post time in 7 minutes. Start of the late pick 5, no carryover.
Rappaport getting his warm-up under jockey Arad Ortiz Jr., 4-year-old gelding by Constitution, who will be offered in the Horses of Racing Age sale here at Keeneland next month. And look for hip number 4128, 4128 Rappaport in that Horses of Racing Age sale here at Keeneland in November. Horse really seemed to be on his toes. Again, has not started since November of 2023, but looks full of energy there as he goes through his pre-race warm-up under jockey Arad Ortiz. Still a lot of money on the 8, who is the 5-2 favorite. 3-1 is what you get on Rappaport, but this horse, the 8, taking a lot of money from a 12-1 morning line. Mentioned the 4th last time at Kentucky Downs, and horses coming out of Kentucky Downs typically do well in this particular type of race, as noted in the notes, the expert picks tab on the Keeneland.com website from Jeremy Plonk, who does great analysis of all the trends, past trends that produce winners of the various races here at Keeneland. So a lot of money showing up today on the 8. The other one we want to take a look at is post-game, which is quietly taking a little bit of money for trainer Peter Urton. 10-1 on the morning line, bet down to 7-1 currently for jockey Luis Saez. And this one just went to the turf 2 starts back and ran a solid 3rd down at Ellis, went over to Kentucky Downs, ran an even better race, and finished 3rd, beaten 5 with a little bit of a wide trip, staying on well at the finish and getting a 1-mile trip here again today, as he did last time out at Kentucky Downs. So a little respect there for postgame in the wagering as well. This race does start the late pick 5. Best of luck on your race 4 wagers here at Keeland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Benson, start of the late Pick 5. Moving into line, fourth race. Clear the Beach comes forward. Best Ball as well. Out of Pie. Dr. Cycly. Can't Stop Munnings. Besame moves in. Courageous Clay, the last one, walks up. Goes in at the post. And they're off. There goes Post Game. There goes Can't Stop Munnings. These two come to the front in the opening strides and head for the first turn with Tap Me a Song there to the far outside and Clear the Beach, who's down toward the inside in fourth. Post Game has the lead. Can't Stop Munnings will go second. Tap Me a Song forwardly placed in third around the first turn. Then Out of Pie to the outside. Clear the Beach, who's back toward the inside to save some ground. Out of Pie moves on up into second. Courageous Clay goes four wide and heads up into fourth around the first turn as they head on to the back stretch. And then further back, Mary's Lad is toward the outside. Was a lane off the rail or so around the first turn. Back in the seventh position. Dr. Cycly is eighth. Besame is in ninth. Best Ball is 10th. Rappaport is 11th. Midpoint of the backstretch. And Money Man last to the 12. 23.58 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Post Game is the leader. Post Game leads it by a length. Out of Pie second ahead. Courageous Clay third up on the far outside. Can't Stop Munnings back toward the inside in fourth. 3 lengths from the lead as they head onto the far turn. Tap Me a Song comes next and Clear the Beach. Mary's Lad is on the outside. Races 3 lanes off the rail around the far turn, 6 lengths from the front. It was 48.07 seconds for the first half mile. Post Game is the leader. Out of Pie goes second. Clear the Beach is in third. Mary's Lad will have no choice but to angle out to the center of the course. Still some 6 lengths from the front as they turn for home. Can't Stop Munnings is back toward the inside. Mary's Lad Clear the Beach coming after Post Game. Can't Stop Munnings is toward the rail but still in the fourth position. Post Game still the one to catch. Has the lead by 2. Mary's Lad is second by a half length. Moving to the final 16th. Post Game, Mary's Lad. A late charge from Besame. Besame runs to third. Post Game, Mary's Lad. Besame. Post Game, Mary's Lad. Besame. And it is Mary's Lad who prevails on the wire for Ben Curtis.
Well, certainly not the best of trips, having to swing widest coming into that final turn for Mary's Ladd. But Ben Curtis really working hard in the final eighth of a mile to get Mary's Ladd to go past the two, and then the late charge of Besame, a first-time starter, getting up to narrowly miss the win and to grab second in a three-horse photo. But Mary's Ladd, the money that showed early was accurate, getting bet down from a 12-1 morning line. Congratulations to the connections of Mary's Ladd, a maiden-breaking win in race 4 to start the late pick 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 8, Mary's Ladd, finished first. Number 6, Besame, second. Number 2, Post Game, third. Number 3, Clear the Beach, fourth. 8623 unofficial. Fourth race results official. 8623, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the official winner of the Benson, number 8, Mary's Ladd, owned by Graham Gray Stables of Adam Ainspan, trained by Whit Beckman, the jockey Ben Curtis. Mary's Ladd, a 3-year-old gelded son of Earthlight out of Gorgeous by Le Havre, bred in Ireland by Gerard Mullins. 1 minute 37.74 seconds for the 1 mile over the turf listed good. In the winner's circle, the Bitson Trophy presentation to the connections of Mary's Lad. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The main track is fast. Double and pick 3 wagering here. Start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Queenstown. Also scratch the 9, Powered by Family. Scratch the 11, Flaming Mama. Scratch 14, All About You. And scratch the 15, Hoakale. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. Number 13, Kiarnak, draws into the race, the jockey as programmed.
Just 16 minutes away from race number 5 here at Keeneland to start the late pick 4. We'll begin with a 2-furlong event at the about 7 furlongs on the Beard course, and some high-profile connections here with these 2-year-old fillies competing in race number 5. The number 7 horse is a first-time starter for Gary and Mary West, a homebred filly by Uncle Mo out of the Forestry First Dam, who has been a very productive broodmare through the course of her broodmare career, and she herself a winner out on the racetrack several years back. But this is Sticker Shock, the number 7 horse, 2-1 on the board right now. She's been working forwardly between Ellis and her couple of workouts here at Keeneland. So Sticker Shock is the direction I go in with these connections. And Brad Cox, first time out of the box, 23% with first-time starters. So at 2-1, getting a decent price because some of these other fillies in here are getting support right now, one of which is Joke Maker, and she deserves this respect. This is a filly for Rudy Brisset, who was grade 3 placed as a maiden in the Pocahontas Stakes most recently. And the inside draw certainly does her no favors here with the scratch of the number 1 horse. But Joke Maker getting some class relief back in the straight maiden ranks, and her previous tries in maiden special weight events came at Horseshoe Indianapolis and Ellis Park, and she's gotten progressively better in each and every one of her races throughout the course of the summer and now on into the fall. So she's sitting at 2-1 on the board as well. And I'm not getting too creative in this race because I go to the number 5 horse as my third selection, who's currently the third choice at 7-2, Touch of an Angel, a Tappet filly out of the Phil D'Amato barn, who adds blinkers in her second career start. She got support on debut. She was about 5-1, 4.5-1 in that debut effort. And she didn't do all that much. She didn't break sharp, and that was just kind of her race. So she's, I think, a filly that it has to be better than what we saw from her in the only start of her career. And they add the blinkers here today, and hopefully that sharpens her up out of the starting gate. This is a filly that they purchased last year at the September sale at Keeneland for $675,000. Luis Saez rides her back for a second time, so certainly would have gained some knowledge in that experience back on the 11th of September. So the gray daughter of Tappet out of the Mucho Macho Man First Dam, that is Touch of an Angel, walking past us here with some very interesting gray markings around her chest area as she's already been saddled up here for race number 5. 14 minutes away from post time. Good luck in this late pick 4 and all wagers involving race number 5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the ups and downs. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old fillies. Beard course, about 7 furlongs. The track is fast. Doubled and pick 3 wagering and start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 1 Queenstown. Also scratch the 9 Powered by Family. Scratch the 11 Flaming Mama. Scratch 14 All About You. And scratch 15 Ho'akale. A reminder, 13 draws into the race. 13 Kiarnuk draws in. Jockey as programmed. Post time 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from the start of the late pick 4. No significant change in the wagering to this point. Sticker Shock 2-1 still. She's now slightly favored over the number 2 horse. Not just my top selection, but one of the horses pinpointed this morning and pointed towards in the Clocker report with her workouts here at Keeneland Racecourse. So the first-time starter for Gary and Mary West, Sticker Shock, with Irad in the saddle, now 9-5 on the board as we're 6 minutes away from post time. The number 6 horse, Coco Connect. Not sure what to make of this filly. I can tell you one thing. She is a big 2-year-old filly. She's one of the bigger 2-year-old fillies that I've seen this meet or this year. And in debut, she didn't run a jump. She was beaten 12 lengths, never involved in that race, broke slow. She could be a filly that just needs more ground later on in the year or on into her 3-year-old season. But they bought her for $150,000 down in Florida earlier this year at a 2-year-old in training sale. And if she got anything out of that debut effort at Churchill Downs, she could move forward. She probably is going to be outrun here early, but she is a big filly. Coco Connect out of the John Ennis barn, 22-1 on the board right now. The pick 4 pool approaching $100,000 and still with plenty of time for it to grow substantially. We're 5 minutes away from race number 5 here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the ups and downs, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line race 5. Jokemaker moves in. Sticker Shock. Theoretical comes forward. Now here's Red Rainbow. Frosty Mojito walks up. Touch of an Angel. Star Bright Starlight. Coco Connect. Kiarnik, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Star Bright Starlight from the outside, Red Rainbow there to the inside, and there's Sticker Shock and also Mojo Promise moving up. Coco Connect is up close in the opening strides as well as they head up the backstretch. Coco Connect, Sticker Shock move up to the outside of Red Rainbow. That's the battle for the early lead. Frosty Mojito travels in 4th. Touch of an Angel is in 5th. Jokemaker sneaks up from 6th down toward the inside, picks up a couple of positions there. Mojo Promise loses a couple of spots toward the far outside, settles out about 7 lengths off the lead into the far turn, and then Star Bright Starlight comes next, followed by Kiarnik, who's next to last, and Theoretical now trails. 22.39 was the time for the opening quarter. Red Rainbow, Coco Connect, Sticker Shock from the rail out, separated by a length. Those are the top 3. Jokemaker is racing in 4th to the inside. Touch of an Angel is 5th, has to go to the outside, about 5 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. Then Frosty Mojito back toward the inside. Coco Connect is right alongside of Red Rainbow. Sticker Shock is still stalking them 3rd as they turn for home, a length and a half off the front pair. Jokemaker in behind horses, looking for some running room as they turn for home, and then Touch of an Angel, who has to go wide. Now Jokemaker has running room. It takes toward the outside of Coco Connect, who's got the lead coming to the 8th pole. Jokemaker is there. Sticker Shock is still lingering far back in the 5th position. Final furlong. Coco Connect has the lead. Jokemaker tries to find more. Just over a 16th to go. Coco Connect has the lead. Jokemaker there on the outside. Coco Connect and Jokemaker. Coco Connect still in front. Coco Connect to the wire. Coco Connect. Edgar Morales aboard for a 26-1 upset.
It is Coco Connect, the big filly by Connect. She broke sharp. She was involved early on, and those big strides of hers come into full effect here late in stretch as the two-horse Joke Maker was coming to her, but she had about a 2-length advantage at this point in time, and she springs a huge upset in the late pick 4 and in this pick 6 sequence, staying steady with that advantage. 6-2 in a photo in race number 5. John Ennis picking up a victory here today with the daughter of Connect for BSF Equine Athletics, as well as Edgar Morales in the saddle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 6, Coco Connect, was first. The 2, Joke Maker, second. Number 7, Sticker Shock, was third. Number 12, Starbright Starlight, was fourth. 6-2, 7-12 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th race, the ups and downs, the unofficial winner, number 6, Coco Connect, owned by BSF Equine Athlete LLC of Sean Haley, trained by John Ennis, the jockey Edgar Morales. Coco Connect, a 2-year-old filly by Connect out of Miss Chanel, by Commissioner, bred in Kentucky by Woods Edge Farm LLC. The Keeneland September graduate gets the beard course about 7 furlongs in 1 minute 29.2 seconds. Results official for race 5. In the winner's circle, the ups and downs trophy presentation to the connections of Coco Connect. Results are official, 6-2, 7-12, the official results. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Race 6 is on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 6, Surly Furious. Scratch the 7, Suncroft. And scratch the 10, Classify. A reminder, the jockey for the 4B line, Jaime Torres. 4B line, Jaime Torres, the jockey.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 3 on this Wednesday card here at Keeneland. This is a 6 furlong allowance race, optional $80,000 allowance race, and a very, very good field getting set to sprint 6 furlongs on the fast main track here in race number 6. The number 3 horse, Hailstorm, is my top play. 5-1 on the board right now for trainer David Jacobson. This is a colt that moved to his barn in his most recent start and showed that he belongs in these allowance conditions, because prior to that he was running for 35,000, he ran for 50,000, had run some solid races, but David Jacobson having the confidence in him to run him in a 2 other than that, or just finding a short field to go ahead and run him in and give him confidence to see what he had in these types of races and then wheel him back in an allowance race here at Keeneland Racecourse. So he's a colt by Gunrunner, who in fact was purchased back in May, that's how they acquired him, for $55,000. So gave it a roll at Ellis. He was 20-1. You're not getting that price here today, as he's 5-1. And Tyler Gaffalione has done a lot of good this year over the last couple of months, especially nearly 28% winners when Tyler Gaffalione's riding for David Jacobson. So I'll take a shot with Hailstorm, who is potentially a horse on the ascend, or at least can break through an allowance race at the bare minimum for David Jacobson here at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 8 horse comes up next in the conversation, One True Chance. He is 4-1 right now. This is a son of Chancelot, who was a winner on debut about a year ago, just over a year ago, and that was the day in which he was claimed by Dave Durrett Stables for $50,000, and he's picked up a couple of wins with Eddie Keneally, the trainer, since then. Most recently, back in February. It's been a bit of time since we've seen him, but his races last year at this time of the year, maybe he's just a fall-winter horse, or he just needed a break, whatever it may be. So Ben Curtis jumps back into the saddle. This was part of the story back in the springtime, Ben Curtis and all the success he had with Eddie Keneally. So this quick son of Chancelot, One True Chance, should be ready to roll here today, I would imagine, with some very swift workouts on the Keeneland main track. Again, 4-1 on the number 8 horse. And the third selection for me in this upcoming race is the number 5 horse, Tough Catch. This is a colt by Complexity, who was last seen in the Grade 3 Lecomte. That was after winning the Sugar Bowl Stakes, going 6 furlongs at the end of last year. They tried to see what they had as far as a 2-turn horse in the 3-year-old division, at least the Louisiana Derby division back at Fairgrounds. He just didn't run well. That was the worst race of his career, but if you look at his sprint races, far more effective, not only in that Sugar Bowl Stakes win, but he was second in the Ed Brown over at Churchill. He was second in the Bowman Mill almost a year ago here at Keeneland Racecourse, beaten by the filly Long Neck Paula. So Tough Catch, the number 5 horse, 4-1. 3 horses in my top 3 selections, all sitting at 4-1 in a very contentious allowance race to start the late pick 3. 15 minutes away from post time, just awaiting the riders up call here in Lexington, Kentucky at Keeneland Racecourse.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Safari, allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 6, Surly Furious. Also scratch the 7, Suncroft. And scratch the 10, Classify. A reminder, the jockey for the 4 Beeline is Jaime Torres. Post time, 8 minutes.
Here's a look at the number 4 horse. That is Beeline. He's 8-1. If this price holds up, will mark the biggest price on this son of B jersey since his run in the Grade 2 Pat Day Mile, and also his debut effort where he was able to win at odds of 9-1, and he won the Hutchinson in start 2 of his career. It's been 7 months since we've seen this colt. He was tagged on the clock report this morning on today at Keeneland, but off the layoff with some strong workouts here at Keeneland and the great price we're getting on this colt. Certainly a runner that makes sense in this level of competition. And his last few defeats against Allowance Company on dirt, he's run against some good company, including Otto the Conqueror over at Churchill Downs back in June of last year. So we'll see how he fares on the comeback, and according to his workout, should be ready to roll. I can tell you one horse who was ready to roll when he came out onto the track. That is Legalize. He was wanting to get going, and he stays with the pony. I'm not surprised to see him stay with the pony, but it almost seemed like he was trying to break away from the pony because he's got so much energy out here on the racetrack. So this 5-2 current favorite, not a bad price for Cherie DeVoe, looking to improve off of his 3rd place finish, off of a bit of a layoff as well, but full of energy in a positive way. That is Legalize out of the Cherie DeVoe barn, a son of Constitution, at 5-2. Good luck in race number 6. 5 minutes to post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Safari. Moving into line 6th race. Here's Keep It Easy. Legalize comes forward. Hailstorm. Beeline walks up, 3 more to load. Tough Catch. One True Chance. Distorted Pro, the last one. Last one walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Distorted Pro and Beeline from between horses. These two come right to the front. Distorted Pro far outside and Beeline there to the inside. They're separated by a neck in this early battle for the lead. And then a gap of 2 more lengths as they head up the backstretch to One True Chance, who's toward the extreme outside, moves up to challenge for third. Keep It Easy is there to the inside, moving by to the inside of Tough Catch, who's between horses. Just within a length of the half of the lead, though, as they head onto the turn. Then further back, Legalize, Hailstorm side by side at the back. 22.44 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Onto the far turn, Beeline is the leader. Distorted Pro is on the outside in second, half length. Separates the top 2. Keep It Easy is next, then Hailstorm. Now, Hailstorm has to go wide around the far turn. Moves 4 lanes off the rail, up into third. Tough Catch is there in fourth. Keep It Easy is looking for an opening toward the inside in fifth, but Beeline has the lead from Distorted Pro in second. Keep It Easy is trying to find an opening down toward the inside. Distorted Pro fights on from the outside. Tough Catch is going to try to dive toward the rail. Close quarters there. Beeline has the lead. Tough Catch up the inside. Keep It Easy in tight toward the rail. 16th to go. Distorted Pro still there to the outside. Beeline the one to catch. Keep It Easy comes up the inside. Here's Keep It Easy to challenge, but at the wire, Beeline hangs on by a half length for Jaime Torres.
Second longest shot in the field, Beeline, but a horse that had come into this race with credentials, having won the Hutchinson Stakes last year, coming off the 7-month layoff. And part of the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, he won this race by being sharp out on the front end, and also with the assistance of the fact that Keep It Easy just could not get through on the inside and things were tight. He ran a giant race, looked like to be second, but there's a photo on the board for the second money. But no doubt that Beeline gets the victory at 7-1 for Riley Mott with Jaime Torres in the saddle.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race, number 4, Beeline, finished first. 1, Keep It Easy, second. Number 9, Distorted Pro, third. The 5, Tough Catch, fourth. 4195 unofficial. Into the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of race 6, the Safari, number 4, Beeline, owned by Vintage Thoroughbreds LLC of David Charlton, owned also by Scott Estes and James J. Meehan. The trainer, Riley Mott. The jockey, Jaime Torres. Beeline, a 4-year-old son of B. Jersey. Out of Secretariat Humor by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 10.54 seconds over the fast main track. Sixth race results official, 4195, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Safari Trophy presentation to the connections of Beeline. Keeneland 7th race upcoming. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 3, Diablo Shiraz. And scratch the 7, Undisputable. A reminder, the jockey for the 1, Sadie Earp, will be Luan Machado. 1, Sadie Earp, Luan Machado, the jockey. 13 draws in, Dame Laura. 13 draws into the race, the jockey as programmed.
Race number 7 is our Wednesday feature. 2-year-old fillies. They'll be going 1.16 miles on the good listed turf course. It's restricted to horses that have not won 2 races in their career, and another great wagering opportunity ahead of us. The 4 just went down to 9-5. Sister Troyenne, we'll get to her in just a moment, but there are some good prices in here, much like we've seen throughout the card here on this Wednesday at Keeneland, with horses that have credentials that make them big-time contenders, and Screen Test being one of them, a homebred for Ammerman Racing Stable, a filly by Not This Time. That sire's had just a sensational meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, especially with his turf winners and stakes winners. And this is a filly that took a big jump forward in start 2 of her career from just an outcome perspective as well as a speed figure perspective. She was sprinted on debut at Colonial, going 5.5, kind of ran an even race that day. She was the favorite on that afternoon, but then in her second start over at Laurel, put it all together to win by 3.5 lengths as the odds-on favorite that day. She comes in from training up at Fairhill, in her recent workouts at least, and sent out by Graham Motion. Jose Ortiz jumps into the saddle. She's 7-1 on the board right now. So riding the Not This Time train here into race number 7, MI, and getting a good price in this featured event. Up next, the number 1 horse, Sadie Earp, make the rider Luan Machado. Here's another 7-1 shot, and this is a filly who's yet to go 2 turns. This one out of the Wesley Ward barn, and she's steadily gotten better in 3 starts between the early part of July and that most recent run and victory at Kentucky Downs. She was able to show speed from post position number 1, going 6.5 furlongs. I would imagine that'll be the tactics here today. She's down on the inside, the run into the first turn. If she can get that position early, that could be big-time beneficial to this daughter of Tiz the Law with that 2-turn pedigree coming into play here in race number 7. Just clicked up to 8-1. But as I mentioned, the number 4 horse, Sister Troyenne, that is the current favorite, a Munnings filly, smooth-moving filly. That race at Churchill Downs was very visually impressive. And when she strode away from them, or was able to just kick away from them and win by 4.5 lengths with Mario Gutierrez, who gets the opportunity to ride her again here today. So Sister Troyenne, if she repeats that, she could be very tough in here, but she is a much shorter price than some of these other contenders in here. But just by glancing at the tote board, she's now 7-5 here for the featured event race number 7. Good luck in this 2-year-old event. 2 turns on the turf course, listed as good. Starts the late daily double.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Newtown Anner Stud. An allowance for 2-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 3, Diablo Shiraz. Also scratched the 7, Undisputable. Jockey for the 1, Sadie Earp, Luan Machado. 1, Sadie Earp, Luan Machado, the jockey. 13 draws in, Dame Laura. 13 draws into the race jockey as programmed. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, post time at 8 minutes.
Now just 6 minutes away from the start of the late daily double, and let's take a look at 3 of these fillies warming up out on the racetrack, starting with our 2 girls. The Caravaggio filly, 1 of 2 for Kenny McPeak in here. Fit-looking filly. Got a chance to see her up close down in the paddock by Caravaggio, as earlier was mentioned on today at Keeneland by way of Tom Leach in an interview. Kenny McPeak saying, look, her sire Caravaggio did all of his racing on the turf, so they're going to take their opportunity to try her on the turf course here today. And at 14-1, like the looks of this filly, this 2-year-old daughter of that Grade 1 winner who was a $165,000 purchase last year as a yearling. So good price on our 2 girls as we're 6 minutes away from post time. The other Kenny McPeak filly is a Candy Ride runner. That is Nickel Saver, the number 6, 18-1 on the board right now. She just broke her maiden on Colonial, and she's entered in the Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. Is hip number 4109 coming up in just a few weeks here down in the Keeneland Sales Pavilion. So could be sitting on a nice update here going into that Keeneland Horses of Racing Age sale. And final reminder, the 13 Dame Laura does draw into this race. She's 7-1 for Brendan Walsh. Tyler Gaffleone had 2 calls in this race. This filly on the also eligible draws in, and he had first preference. He gave first preference to this filly for what it's worth, as he was also named on the number 1 horse, Sadie Earp. So Gabby Gaudet has been all over reading Brendan Walsh in the interviews that Tom Leach has conducted this meet, and she got a sense of confidence from him listening to his commentary on this filly by Munnings, who was a debut winner at Horseshoe Indianapolis back in August. So you're getting a great price at 7-1 for Godolphin, Godolphin homebred out of the Tappet First Dam antithesis, I should say. We're 4 minutes away from race number 7, start of our late daily double here at Keeneland, where the 4 remains the heavy favorite here in our featured event. That is Sister Troyenne. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Newtown Enter Stud. Moving into line race 7. Our 2 girls comes forward. Screen test walks up. Here's Memorized. Nickel Saver. Dame Laura, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes Sadie Earp for the lead, and our 2 girls is right there in the opening strides as well. Sister Troyan going to slide over next to the rail. Back ring Buzz will move up to her outside into third as they head for the first turn. Sister Troyan will now go fourth. Screen test toward the outside is in 5th position. Is followed by Bert's Naughty Girl, who's 6th back toward the rail. Memorize the Gray is alongside her from 7th spot. Dame Laura goes wide. 3 wide around the first turn in 8th. Nickel Saver back toward the inside is in 9th. Red Beretta 10th. War Madam last of the 11th. Sadie Earp is the leader onto the backstretch. She leads it by 3/4 of a length, 23.08. The time for the opening quarter. Our 2 girls starts to draw alongside from 2nd by just over 2. Back ring Buzz is 3rd by an X. Sister Troyen is 4th toward her inside. Screen test is 5th, just over 5 lengths off the lead. Bert's Naughty Girl is 6th. Memorized is still between horses in 7th. Got Dame Laura there to her outside from 8th. Nickel Saver comes next. Red Beretta War Madam, 47.94 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Sadie Earp is the leader. Sadie Earp onto the far turn to the inside, leads it by a half length. Our 2 girls is 2nd by 2.5. Back ring Buzz, Sister Troyen is to her inside as they round the far turn. And then Screen Test, who's still 5 lengths off the lead as they move for the top of the stretch. Dame Laura still a half dozen lengths from the front, 1/4 mile to go. They turn for home. Sadie Earp has the lead by a length and a half off the turn. Back ring Buzz and Sister Troyen coming from the outside. Sister Troyen kicks in from between horses, and she is up to take the lead. Back ring Buzz to 2nd. Dame Laura runs late, but she's still 4th. Final furlong, and it is Sister Troyen with a 3.5 length lead. Scrambles on for 2nd. Dame Laura finds an opening, squeezes through to grab 2nd. No catching. Sister Troyen, Mario Gutierrez for the win. Dame Laura up for 2nd. Back ring Buzz 3rd. Sadie Earp was 4th.
Just another handy performance and victory for Sister Troyen for Woods Lane Farm and trainer Brian Lynch. She was always just a few lengths within the pace setters in this race, and when she leveled off and kicked it in under Mario Gutierrez, makes easy work of this group. Remember this name, the daughter of Munning, Sister Troyen, impressive in her 2 starts, unbeaten now in 2 starts on turf, a win at Churchill, and now a win here at Keeneland in the feature.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race for Sister Troyen first. 13 Dame Laura 2nd. The 8 Back ring Buzz 3rd. And number 1 Sadie Earp 4th. 4:13.81 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Newtown Anders stud, number 4, Sister Troyen, owned by the Woods Lane Farm of Renee Wolcott, trained by Brian Lynch, Mario Gutierrez, the jockey. Sister Troyen, a 2-year-old Munnings filly, out of Dynapasser by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Woods Lane Farm. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 44.3 seconds. Seventh race official, 4:13.81, the official results. Trophy presentation upcoming. And back to the winner's circle we go for that presentation. The Newtown Anders Stud Trophy being presented to the connections of Sister Troyen. Joining us in the winner's circle today are Lexington Mayor Linda Gorton, along with officials and guests from all of Lexington's sister cities: Deauville, France; County Kildare, Ireland; Shenhidaka, Japan; Newmarket, England; and our special friendship city, Jeju, South Korea. These cities are all international centers of the equine industry and are here to join our celebration of Lexington's 250th anniversary. We welcome you all. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Main track is fast. The Toyota Super High 5 carryover, $11,573. Take out the also eligibles. They did not draw into the race, 13 through 15. A reminder that number 12, Calling on Heaven, first time reported gelding.
Race number 8 is the nightcap here on this Wednesday, and the Toyota Super High Five carries into this race. And also, if you've missed the will pays for the pick 6, regardless of the outcome of this 8th and final race, we're going to have a pick 6 carryover, a 2-day pick 6 carryover going into tomorrow. It's been a challenging card to the tune of the fact that we've got many of these horses in here paying out 4 of 6 in the pick 6. And just taking a glance at the will pays here from the documentation given to me, the 1 is the favorite in the pick 6 will pays. He is paying out 5 of 6 to $928. The second choice in the pick 6 will pays would be the 12. He's returning $1,186. So a 2-day pick 6 carryover going into the Thursday card as we look ahead to tomorrow. But let's not look too far ahead, because we've got a good race coming up here with the Toyota Super High Five carryover. And what's new is 3-1 as the lukewarm favorite in the win wagering. This is a gelding for Double Down Stables, who makes his second run this meet during the fall here at Keeneland Racecourse. He nearly got there back on opening weekend at Keeneland, or here at Keeneland, I should say. Finished just third, beating a neck. And he's a horse that, to me, normally inside draws post 1 is not something that you want in sprint races, but he comes from so far out of it that I don't think that post position number 1 really will affect him. And I wonder if the speed in this race is going to be able to keep on going for him. But he has knocked on the doors in his last 2 starts, the Churchill run and then that Keeneland run, to sway my opinion of him in a positive direction. He's 5-2 right now for Jimmy DeVito. So we'll see if he can break through here today, and what Victor Espinoza, what his plan of attack is going to be coming from off the pace, as it looks like that is just his game. So don't expect much from him early on in this race, and expect a nice stout late run from this son of Munnings late into the stretch. The number 3 horse, that is El Prestigio for Steve Asmussen. It's been 9 months since we've seen him. He gets off the rail. That's a big move, and something I'm always looking for horses that have drawn the rail. And as I was just talking about the rail post for the 1, I think that this has the rail draws that he encountered in his last 3 starts, and this is going way back to January and at the end of last year. I think it hampered him a bit because he's got some speed away from the starting gate. So with Irad in the saddle at odds of 4-1, if he can break sharp, he should have a big impact on this race. And I think the same can be said for the number 6 horse. That is Barker for trainer Chris Davis. He showed some speed in his turf run at Kentucky Downs, just a little bit too far for him. And then in his next start in a sprint race on dirt at Churchill, he drew post position number 1. Chris Davis just telling me that he broke outward and just had to take back from that point, and he still came on to finish 7th, beating only 4 lengths. So he made up quite a bit of ground there. So we'll see what is in store for him. I think, again, getting off the rail is a positive move. He's 5-1 on the board. He's a good-looking son of Blame for Walmack Farm as he seeks his first career victory, as they all do. They've called for riders up. We're coming out here for the post parade, and we're just 11 minutes away from the 8th and final at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Glen Oak, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. A reminder, 12, Calling on Heaven, is a first-time reported gelding. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $11,573. Post time at 8 minutes.
Race number 8 now just 6 minutes away from post time. And here's Calling on Heaven. He's currently the second choice. This is a gelding by Instilled Regard, who we have not seen in about a year. It's been October 27th of last year that we saw him make his debut, and he finished third on debut. And he's had a steady work tab since it looks like moving to Mike Maker's barn, because he started his career with a different trainer, but has a steady work tab going back to the end of August up at Turfway on the synthetic course. Nothing sterling as far as times are concerned on the synthetic course, but plenty of 5/8 drills to get him ready for this first race in a year. So Calling on Heaven, getting attention. He gets a Lasix for the first time, as this will be the first start as a 3-year-old, as 2-year-olds do not compete on that race day medication. So right now 3-1 on the board. He's just evened up, or nearly evened up, with New What's New, the number 1 horse, that favorite for Jimmy DeVito. So a very competitive race to close things out. Don't forget about the Toyota Super High 5, the pool over $22,000 with that carryover from Sunday. Good luck in our nightcap.
Please note the blinkers will come off the 12, Calling on Heaven, at the gate. Please note the blinkers will come off the 12, Calling on Heaven, at the gate. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Glen Oak. Moving into line race 8. Titanium Man comes forward. Hoagie the Player. Big Gary. Arthur Jr. Good Mojo walks up. Here's Barker. Calling on Heaven, the last one goes in. They're at the post. They're off. Barker was off a step slowly, and likewise for Valiant Humor, but in the meantime, out hustling for the early lead. There goes El Prestigio to the inside. El Prestigio just to the inside of Big Gary, who's right there, and Hoagie the Player up on the far outside. They contest the early pace as they head for the far turn. And then Arthur Jr. going to be about 4 wide to the turn. Calling on Heaven is going to be 5 wide to the far turn. Out in the center of the track in the 5th position. Good Mojo is in 6th. Homer's Odyssey is 7th. As they round the turn, Spellmaker is racing in 8th. Valiant Humor moves up 9th. New What's New is running along to the inside in the 10th position, nearly a dozen lengths off the lead. Barker, another 2 lengths behind that one, and a gap of 7 more lengths back to Titanium Man, who's last. There's a quarter mile to go. Hoagie the Player, Arthur Jr. to the outside, Calling on Heaven far outside. El Prestigio still fighting on down toward the inside, moving by the 8th pole. El Prestigio short lead. Good Mojo is coming. Spellmaker is running late toward the inside. New What's New is way wide on the grandstand side, but the leader is gone with a 7-length lead at the 16th pole. El Prestigio. It is Spellmaker up the rail to 2nd. New What's New 3rd. El Prestigio to win the nightcap. Spellmaker was home in 2nd position. New What's New across the wire in 3rd. Good Mojo 4th.
El Prestigio off the long layoff for Benjamin Gase and trainer Steve Asmussen, able to go out to the front end and kept on rolling. He's still in hand under Irad Ortiz Jr., just shakes him up a little bit, and he puts this race to bed. The favorite Knew What's New. He took a lot of kickback, especially coming around the turn. He ran the typical kind of race that we've seen from him off the pace, but he had too much to do down the lane as it's El Prestigio, and Steve Asmussen continues this wonderful meet here at Keeneland in the fall. 3-8-1-11-9 unofficial for the top 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race, number 3, El Prestigio, finished first. Number 8, Spellmaker, was second. Number 1, New What's New, was third. The 11, Good Mojo, was fourth. And number 9, Hoagie the Player, fifth. 3-8-1-11-9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Glen Oak, the unofficial winner, number 3, El Prestigio, owned by Benjamin Gase. 2 wins today for trainer Steve Asmussen. The winning jockey is Irad Ortiz Jr. El Prestigio, a 3-year-old son of Practical Joke, out of Bartlett Narrows by Flatter. The winner bred in Kentucky by Edwin C. Anthony. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 10.13 seconds. Eighth race results official. 3-8-1-11-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Glen Oak trophy presentation to the connections of El Prestigio. $42,000 carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow's card. $42,810. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. $88,864. The carryover for the pick 6 for tomorrow. Late pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Again, an $88,000 pick 6 carryover and a $42,000 Toyota Super High 5 carryover. Live racing resumes here at Keeneland tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Simulcasting remains open for another 10 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.